Test 1, 2. So for today's live stream, for today's trading session, it's probably one of the most interesting sessions we'll have this week. The reason why is this is the week of NFP. NFP got deferred 1 week this week because of the New Year's. If you were to look at your Forex calendar, okay, we've got no news. And usually we get pretty solid runs in the morning of NFP week from 7 to 9:30. So that's going to be the core trading time for today for us, at least for me. Right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to build a narrative on where price is going to go. I started off with the weekly, seeing how the weekly closed off. The last week we've had essentially like a low toss pricing into this bullish order block here that we have. It rejected it nicely, right? It opened up below the 1 hour or below the daily, below the weekly fair value gap here. Today price pushed up all the way up into this pink shaded area, which are daily SIBIs. So this one right here, right? The gap, and this one right here as well. Then on the 4 hour or on the 1 hour price right now, I'm just currently looking at it, and price is again going to be digging into this 1 hour SIBI, which is coinciding with the daily SIBI, along with these other SIBIs that we've created. So the levels of interest to me today are as follows. This looks like, from a daily perspective, it looks like a bullish order flow. So, price dug into this bearish order block, rejected, came up higher, came back lower, rejected once again. And I have a feeling just based on what I'm seeing on the weekly, on the daily, price would want to explore higher. Okay. We do have these daily relative equal lows here as well. It's something that we have to be aware of. Don't like how they left them here, but just because of these wicks and these rejections and where price closed at on the weekly, on the daily, that's what's kind of creating my bias here for going long from a higher time frame perspective. It doesn't mean that we won't go short today. It's just a higher time frame perspective of where price may want to go. Okay. So this level right here, the relative equal highs on the 1 hour. Relative equal highs. Okay. So price is going to want to, like the moment price starts breaking this daily SIBI here, most likely going to want to start reaching for these relative equal highs. Here is going to be a first pool of liquidity. The second pool of liquidity is going to be right here. Once we break these highs here, the chance of tagging these highs get relatively high. None. Moving over into the 15-minute here. We've got, what do we have here? So at 6 o'clock, price spiked down here. It's pushing right now higher into the NWOG of 1230. Closed above it, came back down, retested it, went into this fair value gap here. And right now, price may be pushing higher. We had a lot of resting sell-side liquidity here, as we indicated last week. Right. It looks like price finally took it. I wish took it earlier. It was one of our targets last week, but it looks like it got targeted on Monday. And for the next highs that are going to be targeted, we're going to probably so this high already taken. It was okay. So essentially, this resting buy side liquidity was taken early morning today, from 4:30 all the way to 7 o'clock Eastern. We were right here in the price run this morning. I think this would have been an easy long to this area because we've tied already. We have to see what price is going to want to do next here. Today's new week opening gap is below us. The price opened up lower, closed in the gap, and it slowly started going higher to today's level. All right, so this is what we're going to do. At 7 a.m., we create a line on when 7 a.m. kicks in. This is where the algo starts running. And we're waiting for relative equal highs or lows to form, and then us tagging it in one direction or the other using price action. And the overall bias here, we look at either the 15-minute or the 1-minute chart. So like the bottom left or the top right, just looking at the clustering of NDOGs and NWOGs. It looks like there's an equal balance to both of them. So what I think might happen is us gravitating lower to the NWOG of this week and possibly pushing higher. And we're going to be digging back into the weekly fair value gap, which provided a lot of resistance and supports in the past. We also have this 1 hour SIBI right here, which is going to be inversion fair value gap coming back down. So you might hit the SIBI, create some rejection, come back lower, reject off of the 1 hour inverted fair value gap, in the weekly inverted fair value gap and then push higher, right? It's not going to be a straight shot. I don't think so, at least, all the way to these relative equal highs. Price is going to gyrate back and forth, but I think that's something that we want to aim for. All right. Some other levels that you wanted to note always is going to be London lows and London highs. London lows are right here. We always want to map previous session highs and lows, and London finishes, I think, at 5 o'clock. But here it looks like they were already tapped, so I'm not going to be putting it into my charts. And London lows coincide with the midnight open, so that's our level. Because we have such a big run up here, we'll see how it reacts to this 1230 NWOG. Let's see what price is going to do. On Friday, I did take 2 losses in the morning session, and I managed to catch the final closing macro of the day at 3:30, and I caught a short. So I did make back my loss in profits. That's right now. As of now, no drawdown yet on my accounts for Top Step. Started off here on the 1 minute. Technically, these were relative equal highs that were formed. Again, very close to each other. Price spiked it down, or price spiked it up, pushed lower. Right now, price is moving towards the new week opening gap here. From a 1 hour and 15-minute perspective, we are bullish, but just because we had such a long-winded run up through all of London, we have to be wary about taking further longs, which we'll be digging into this daily SIBI that we have here, and this other daily SIBI. So we have a lot of resistance here. Price has effectively filled in the 15-minute here in my higher time frame, all the fair value gaps here in the close vicinity. Got one open right here that price might be pushing towards. Let's see what it does here. It also tagged all of the sell side liquidity here. So all this here is resting sell side, and it tagged it all. Liquidity here. That attack before dropping lower. See here, our price is rejecting the new week opening gap from 1230, which is last week's week opening gap. I guess while we're waiting for price to do something here, let's map yesterday's close or Friday's close. So this red line here going to be Friday's closing price. We can see that we are above it by 230 points. Might be the price that price would want to reprice to later on in the day, or going higher, or at least halfway to it if we are bullish. So adding a bit more further confluence for possible intraday shorts before going into these daily SIBIs and trying to break them. Also looking at the RTH gap here, something that we want to know over the last 3 trading days, so today's, yesterday's, and the day before's, is unfilled either RTH gaps or daily opening gaps. So you can see here, looking at the RTH chart, I know it's pretty zoomed in or zoomed out, but you can see here, this area right here, but never traded to. So, this is, an area that, price would want to fill in the future, and they keep in the back of your mind. But this area hasn't been offered essentially sell side or buy side liquidity during opening hours. The area here is interesting. If we were to break below this weekly fair value gap, I think we're going to be going lower, and this would be a target that would be aiming for. What's price doing here? It's not doing much. Came up, tapped its own highs here, came lower, created a fair value gap, rejected the midpoint, came down to the new week opening gap. The wick rejected the bottoms of it really nicely, popped back higher. Price closed above this fair value gap. Could be seen as a mohawk, but again, this is technically price action that you don't want to see, even if it's an inversion where the body's close higher. But the candle following that, it just essentially closed back below it. So I guess it's still permissible from an FEG perspective. And then we'll see what price wants to do. Let's see if it's going to want to break below this new week opening gap, use it as an inversion, take price lower. We start diving lower below this new dog. This might be a level that price would want to explore. Just an open fair value gap here at 687. I'm going to mark it here on my 1 minute chart. But ultimately, we're just trying to see price create some kind of engineered liquidity for us, turn around, and then for us to take it going the other direction. That's going to be our high probability trades for this morning for the AM session. So this right here, right? High, lower high, lower high. This is technically engineered liquidity. Here might be the first relative equal high that's forming that we might want to take to the upside later, and just things to watch out for. But when it comes to taking a short rate here, it's not something that I'm going to be taking. I'm more of observing what price is doing right now. be back in 2 minutes, but we're still waiting for price to do something significant for us. So create a level to target or to show some displacement to one side. All right, price is still rejecting this new opening gap from 1230. See, it's rejecting it nicely. Every time it tries to in, there's like a close above it for the candle following a bearish close. Price is going to want to push higher from here based on this. But we'll see. 5 minute look is respecting it nicely as well. All the bodies are closing above the new week opening gap. Just because we had such a long run up for all of London, right? Question is if you were to take a long from here, like what would your target be, right? You'll be trading into the daily SIBI, 2 of them, into this hourly SIBI as well, right? Fair value gap. Just a lot of resistance to the upside to get to these targets here. So we gotta be careful. Price right now is trading into this is actually a BISI. Let's change this to red. All right, so the NWG has been respected. 3 taps, push higher. And if it is going higher, then this is probably the next level that it's going to want to take. It's this high that it created at 906. Currently created some relative highs here on the 1 minute. If it drops lower into this fair value gap, I might just use it as a inverted and push higher here. So let's see how it respects this level here. Right, so it pushed past its midpoint, and now we don't want to see it pass. Let's see how it starts reacting to this midpoint of this wick here on the 1 minute, and if it starts going higher. All right, so the 706 liquidity is just about to get tapped in any second now. Here you go, and tapped. I feel like that run there was just too small to even try catching, right? Would have been, I don't know, 9 handles. Usually what we're trying to aim for is like 20 handle runs, not 9. So, but it's nice to see that that price kind of reacted to what we thought it would do there, is going back to this acted as inversion here. Came down, wicked, closed above. It had these tops that it was attacking, and then it just took out these relative equal highs and took out the 706 liquidity. So that's nice to see. And if we see that like on the 5 minute or on the 15 minute, both are like high probability setups. But still, we don't have really relative equal highs here to target our blows. This right here is technically a relative equal low that it's forming. But we'd want to see it break below this NWOG before going lower. So as of right now, price is just moving sideways after 7 o'clock. It's respecting PDAs, but it hasn't displaced much. We're still sitting in like a 27 handle range. All right, price tried pushing. So price took out the liquidity from 706, at that high, came back lower to this IFEG, rejected it once more. Price wicked down once again, pushed higher here. So price right now is in this holding pattern. This is tapped liquidity. All right, the IFEG looks like it's going to break in 30 seconds. The downside. We'll see how this candle closes, and then price might attempt to break the NWOG of 1230. If it does do that, right? So we're going to start looking at how price reacts to the open, the midpoint, and then if it breaks and goes lower, it's going to be signs of price wanting to go lower after this really long range to the upside. Something that I like to see as well is price slowing down, just moving sideways after it hits liquidity. It's just indication that price is either going to change direction or continue going up. So here's kind of sign one of, oh, might go lower today. The whole house is still asleep, so that's why I am still talking a bit quiet. So my voice will increase soon. I'll sound more animated soon. All right, so price has closed below this IFEG. It came back higher. See how the 15-second is acting against it. All right, so on the 15-second, created a fair value gap here before breaking lower, came back up, closed it, went into this VI here, a volume imbalance. Let's replace that. Honestly, would be a high risk short in my opinion. I wouldn't be interested in it, but I think once price tabbed this liquidity and it pushed lower, it did create this as well. This is volume imbalance on the 1 minute, so that's indicating bearish strength here. That's good, right? Price came up higher, retested, and most likely it's going to start pushing lower here. But I just want to see it break this new week opening gap. Here is the new week opening gap. My 15-second isn't pulling it in. So let's do this. New week opening gap, 1230. Let's make it like the bluish color, so we can see how it's reacting to the highs and the lows of it. So this right here is some really clean price action on the 15-second. Okay, prices going into the right now. Shorts are really interesting. I just want to see this break below it. How many handles was that? Again, it's like not enough handles to take a trade here. Like from this level to the new week opening gap, 7 handles. These ranges are still too small that we're looking at to effectively hold a trade, get in and get out with commissions. So you can see price here push into the midpoint of the week opening gap, close up higher. So it's still doing a really good job of rejecting price. If we're seeing bearish PDAs like this, we do want to see them left open. It just creates a narrative that the bears are strong, but price can always come back up, fill it in, and then start breaking lower. But after seeing a rejection of this IFEG like this, I don't think it should break this and go higher. If it does, I think it's going to push even higher, but we'll see. Let's now watch this fair value gap or this IFEG here, inverted fair value gap, and let's also look at the midpoint of this candle right here. See how it respects it. And ultimately, we'd want to see the candles close below this area right here to continue the bearish down move. We're starting to form relative equal lows below us. They're being created by rejecting the NWOG, but liquidity is being formed here. You know, buyers are seeing this as, so it's being supported. Let's put our stop losses below this level. And we might see essentially price take out these people with stop losses right below the NWOG. So something to be aware of. Just because this level is being respected doesn't mean that it's going to be taken out. Hey, Slothfather, good morning. I guess for those who just joined, today's price action are based on how price usually acts. It should be pretty good pre-9:30 being NFP week. So that's why we're streaming a bit early today at 7 a.m. Trying to catch a move. So you can see here, price on the 1 minute, pushed higher here. It closed below the midpoint of this wick here, and it's still closed below the IFEG, the inversion fair value gap. Now it finally pushed higher. It's closing in on this volume imbalance that we see on the 1 minute. Would have been nice to see this left open, to be honest, if it's pushing lower, but it looks like it came back and filled it in. And now we have to wait to see what's going to happen to price. If it's going to now turn around and push lower, or is it going to attack new highs? Because it finished doing the work here. These highs would have been nicer if this wick here at 726 was below this one. But just because it's a bit above it, it's still considered relative equal highs. It's just not as high probability as seeing it the other way around. So we'll see. That's right. Bodies are still staying within the IFEG here. High risk short would be from here. Like there's narrative here, right? It tapped the IFEG. And it should be going lower from here. But that's not for my cup of tea here. Take it lower, at least from this level. Because if price breaks this high here, then it's going to continue going higher. Then right now price is respecting the levels that we have indicated here to the sell side, but we like to see some kind of, stop hunt, rejection, and then taking it lower. Right now, price has been moving from side to side here. So we're just painting a picture of what price could do in this range bound price action. So on the 15-second, price is rejecting the inversion fair value gap really nicely. Right, what time is it right now? It's spiking really, really aggressively. Push back into this inversion fair value gap. Like, this is price action, unfortunately, that we don't want to participate in. Price has moved nowhere since 7 a.m. here. It just moved sideways. We are calling the turning points, which is nice, right? For ultra short trades, but it's just it's a trade worthy, not in my opinion. Right, price is still sticking on the lower half of this inversion fair value gap. See how it rejects it here. This is not a trade that I'm in, nor do I think that we should be trading. I just kind of filled in as a possible high risk entry short or like a 4-to-1. Because technically there's no other PDAs above this, just these relative equal highs here that we have here, or this high here formed along with this high. So if price breaks this, I think it's going to go here. But if it stays lower, I think it's going to hit at least midpoint of this new week opening gap once again. So we'll see what it does. The good thing is if you look at these wicks here going to the downside, price is breaking below them. So they're not acting as support here. Or they're weak support, if anything. Now it's like a 50-50, I think, either up or down. But I have a feeling it might push lower here. We'll see. That's my guess. That's my forecast. So price spiked again into this volume imbalance in the 1 minute. Create relative equal highs here, right? Something that might get targeted now to the upside. Things like this I don't like to see at all. This is asking to be hurt. Price, what it might do here is drop into this IFEG and now it might push higher. If it does push higher, it might be the liquidity that it might want to take. It's going to be this level here and then ultimately this level up there. So there's a tap. So price today is very range bound. So it's taking highs and lows. I wouldn't say this is seek and destroy. This is it's just sideways price action today. But it's only 7:40. We still got an hour and a half till open. So hopefully something nice presents itself. Right. If you were to take a long from here, it'd only be 8 points. The most recent high. Again, very small. Small price swing. In my opinion, not worth catching. At least 15. Like having 15 points is something I'd want to catch. Volume imbalance has been left open, or there's a VI here, which is good, right? Okay. Highest tapped at 731. Price might go lower, tap in this volume imbalance and go higher here. Or it just might respect the midpoint of this fair value gap here, or this gap here, sorry. Okay. If it breaks this which I already just did fast enough, but if it breaks the midpoint of this wick here, it's probably going to continue going higher. Right now, price is pretty bullish right now from what I'm seeing. We get a retracement here. I'm going to take it long to these highs, but it looks like we're not. Okay. There is the push. It's pushing right now into the daily SIBI. Okay, let's wait for retracement here. It looks like it picked a direction. It's going higher. Trying to map some fair value gaps here. See what it can pull down to see if we can tag along with the ride up to like the midpoint of this daily SIBI. This would be like kind of like target one here. Hard to catch target here, but you know, if price is going higher, we wouldn't want to see it higher than. Come on, price, come back down. Right, on the 1 minute, we have we have a fair value gap right here. How many points is that? 10 points. It seems like a lot here, but it's not a lot of points just because price hasn't done much within this period right here. But it finally left consolidation, right? So all this can be seen as consolidation. And then price technically shouldn't break this fair value gap here to the downside. So let me slowly start scaling myself in once it just tags this fair value gap. Or maybe it won't. Oh, come on, price. That's no fun. It'd be a wild trade if this does happen. I just don't know if price is going to tag me. Like this is the level I want to get in at. I just don't know if it's going to trace here to it, tag me. It's going to wait a bit longer here. Give price some time to come back in, fill in at least a portion of this fair value gap. And then I'll try to hop along with it. So what I'm liking about this trade is the consolidation, the breakout of it, the fair value gap that formed above the consolidation, and then the upper level targets and the overall bullish order flow. What I don't like about it is that we're trading into a daily SIBI, but I'm going to be aiming to the midpoint of it. So need price to go just a bit lower here. Because do I see this going back down here? I don't, right? It would have to just completely reverse its order flow. Break the new weak opening gap and all these lows it's created here against like all these rejections to go even lower. So I think it will eventually. It's just the next half an hour window. I think it's going to continue pushing higher. Let's wait for price to push a bit lower here. Currently it's at the midpoint of this wick here. Let's see. Not going to act as resistance. Support. For an entry right now, my position would be pretty large. Just waiting for gonna buy that. A bit lower, baby. Hopefully it continues this bearish pressure just a bit lower here. I'm almost at my entry, 5 pips away. And once it just pushes into it, I am going to try to take it long. Okay. So let's see if that works out. Not crazy about this trade, but I do see it going higher. And target's going to be so this right here is the consolidation, the breakout above it, the fair value of that form. Then technically this should stay respected based on ICT's teachings. And my stop is right here. It's below this fair value up here. So I'm risking here 200 to make 1,000 per account. My price of entry was 45. 40. I really do hope that price doesn't go to this lower. I think I'm out for the trade. There's my one loss. But hopefully price doesn't go to this lower fair value up and continue pushing higher. Am I still in the trade? I'm still in the trade. Look at that. Now I'm out. Okay. The price pushed into the second fair value gap here. I'm curious how it's going to react from it. It's going to be the last means of support here. I'm really hoping it doesn't. Imagine if it pushes higher from here. Could be manipulation. Yeah, that's the other side there, the manipulation move before we go lower. This body to close in the upper half of this fair value gap, which is technically a good thing. But if it was truly bearish price action, it would stop here at the midpoint and just continue ripping higher. Once it breaks this fair value gap here, price might be seeking lower prices soon. So this right here could be now seen as an inversion. Let's see how it acts to the upside. So price has closed below it multiple times. The blue one is still holding price to the fair value gaps. So price is still sitting here, but I think it has a higher chance of going lower now. This would be the manipulation candle. It's going to be a high wick. Might come back higher to go lower. And then start tagging these equal lows here that were formed, right? See, even though I take losses sometimes with like a somewhat concrete bias, and you take that loss, you don't feel that bad. But like when you take losses on a shit trade, I would say like maybe it's like it's because of like this daily civvy. This was the one thing I was trading into. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but I saw price many times just rip into the midpoints of these civvies on the way up. All right, so this fair value gap is holding price. So far, we're pushing up into this possible inversion fair value gap. And then if this holds, it's probably going to drop lower here and try to break this new week opening gap. It's so price here, it came to the midpoint. Couldn't break it, came back lower. Let's see how prices respect. As soon as I just throw these PDAs on the 15 second to see how the 15-second chart is reacting to the 1 minute PDAs. We can see this fair value gap here, it's doing work. Okay, there you go. There's a push lower. So let's see if it's going to fill in some of this range here, or at least get to this candle. And then I can definitely see shorts on the table now. There's nothing really stopping price from going lower now, based on the 1 minute. We're going to do a quick sell here. So my stop is sitting above this bearish candle here. And then it's going to be, I don't know what I'm targeting right now, but it's going to be at least this level right here. 687. I'm liking how it's rejecting this blue fair value gap after respecting it so many times. That's something that I want to see as well. Six, eight, seven. We've manipulated, taken out liquidity to the upside. We've broken all of these fair value gaps to the downside. There's none really below us at this point. And right now, what is price going to do? I do want to see it close below this IFEG and then push lower. Using daily CIBI, right? So we flipped our bias here. I wouldn't want to see price going higher than this level here, right here, this bearish order block. It's going to be 2.5. And if price decides to go back up here, it's definitely highly manipulated. It's just changing stories. Like, why would price go so low for it to go higher? But we shall see here. It's good that it touched that midpoint there and just rejected lower. This is something that you want to see. Okay. That's nice to see. First try to hit midpoint here. Push lower. So far, I'm happy with how this IVG is being respected to the downside. So this blue one actually broke to the downside. I tried coming up to midpoint. I rejected lower. created on the 15-second a volume imbalance, which I just traded to right now, and then we'll want to see a drop lower here. The only thing right here is once we get to this this new day opening gap, that's just breaking to the downside. It's going to be, it might be problematic. So we'll see. We'll see what price gets. Okay. Price is starting to move sideways here, something that I don't want to see. What time's it right now? 8:08. Price might actually wait till 8:30 for its run, but because we're in it, we gotta hold it through. Price to go lower, I do not want to see it break the midpoint here. This is going to be like first signs that I may be offside again. Got my stop sitting above this IFBG. I'm also sitting above the midpoint of this SIBI here. So it needs to break a couple levels here for it to take me out. Price is still sitting on the bottom half of this inversion. This blue fair value gap here, it's tapped it so many times. I even broke past it. I'm not adding too much weight to it right now of its supporting price. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like six attempts to go lower. Sorry. On the 1 minute, like above us or below us? Where do you see that engineer liquidity? The downside, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Mhm. All right. So price is moving in the right direction. I'm probably going to put my stop right here above this high. So I'm going to move it 15% lower because price might still go up here and tag these highs. I don't think it will, but I think price now it's going to want to reach this new day opening gap and see, yeah, this engineer liquidity here and tap it lower. This is my target right here. So I'm kind of thinking like once it breaks this level here, sorry, this is my target here. Like once it breaks this level here, I think going down to here should be fairly easy. Just the question is once we get to this new week opening gap in a couple of seconds, is it going to react and go high or is it going to push lower? So I feel like that's the only blocker right now to the downside for this trade. But I'm weighing my risks here. It's 2.8 to 1 here. Either I lose another 200 or I make 500 off this trade. For some reason, it's 2.5 on my side. On the 5 minute, here's how the 5 minute looks like, guys. It's a bit messy on this chart. You know what? Let's leave that. Let's turn this into a 5 minute. Clear the drawing. On the 5 minute chart, you can see here, yeah, these lows look juicy for it. I can tag to the downside and then use that pressure to continue pushing it lower. But this will become a very strong inversion once it breaks these levels. And my stop's sitting right here somewhere, so above the midpoint of this bearish order block. So overall, I'm right now, emotion-wise, I'm calm. Even though I took a loss in the morning. Like, would I take that loss again? Yeah, most likely yes, but maybe I would have looked at the daily SIBI here. I did say earlier in the day that this is throwing me off, but I decided to risk and trade into it, which I got stopped out at. And then right now we saw this obvious manipulation move to the downside. So it's always best to wait for manipulation moves. But it's just things that you want to take. I'm starting to get interested in that first fair value up below the 1 minute lows to show a fake slip inversion. Let's see what we're talking about here. Right here. Yeah, this is an important level for sure. Yeah. 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, right here. Yeah, I see it. Most likely once price breaks below these levels, I think I'm going to take off my target. This is going to be a partial and I'm going to see if it can go lower down to like I don't know. Like I'm going to have to figure out as we go. But downside targets are tough here, but it's going to be somewhere within this range because then we have to trade through this massive bearish engulfing gap with this. So I think price, I think I'll keep it. I think 687 is going to be my target. Let's see. Profit right now, $80. Keep going, price. Do not reverse here. I'm going to be right back. Okay, price is gonna literally tried to pull it and break attempt, but it did push into the new week opening gap of 1230. It pounced higher, but it looks like price didn't go too high, and it's attempting a second time to try to break it. I think it's gonna break, to be honest, based on what I'm seeing here. I think my confidence is like 60% break, 40% not. Oh, thanks a lot, Dal or DEO. I'll tell you something, it's a lot easier to trade by myself versus like on stream for YouTube, but I just want to create some accountability for myself. And just like log my trades and just share what I know with everyone else, because just the amount of ICT hours in trading I've done over the last 3 years is insane. We got liquidity sitting right here. Fair play. I was thinking of doing the same. Yeah. It's really hard to flip bias. Like once I see something like this, like consolidation, break to the upside, I did see it as a continuation play, but it's because we were protracted so far into the run. Like how much more can you grab, right? So I'm going to take this to my notes here and say, if price had a massive run here, don't try to catch tops unless it's extremely obvious. But the 1 minute PA looked really nice, but same with the 15-minute PA, but the 1 hour PA, that's what threw me off. So we'll see what we get here. Okay, price is price touched the new week opening gap twice. I have a feeling the run's going to happen at 8:30, guys. In 10 minutes. That's like, if it doesn't happen from 8:30 to 9, I guess I'm holding till the open, which I never do, but this will be the first time. But hopefully in 10 minutes, we'll get that injection of liquidity. And remember, price is two things at 8:30. It either does nothing or it spools to a target. So hopefully the target that we're spooling towards is going to be this untouched gap here on the 15-second chart. So it's liquidity as well. If price comes down, ties to liquidity, and then it closes right above this price again, I'm going to go out for break even. I would want to see it take these lows and then use this liquidity as like a rocket fuel to go lower. So currently my stop loss is sitting right. Today IC is going to be dropping a new video at 8 o'clock, his first 2025 lecture. Excited for that. We just did a sweep of previous weekly highs as liquidity, so may not get the reversal, but I am still bullish. Still looking for manipulation here to last above the pre-week golden high. Previous week high. Let's see what you're saying here. Yeah, we did. Yeah. It's a very key level here, right? Weekly highs. I'll denote it here. But yeah, that's the weekly high there. Like as I said before, it's like I'm loving the highs, but these lows are all throwing me off too. But based on this like 1 hour PA, like we have a market structure shift here going higher, right? I'm team longs too as well. But for the interim, right? Where is price going to want to spool? We'll see. We do have like a fair value gap here that's been untraded too on the 1 hour. Yeah, and the RTH gap as well. Exactly. The RTH gap is going to be how big today? We are how many points? 240 points above it. So you're right. There's a higher chance of it starting to drop and close that off versus continue going higher here. So it would be really nice today if we kind of came down halfway and then did a reversal and went higher. Okay, 8:30 is coming up in 6 minutes here. I think we are in the buy sides of the market maker X model to get back to the highs on the 1 or 4 hour. So I'm extending some of these levels here on the 1 minute. They rejected the new weak opening gap once again here. Not good. But we do have a lot of unfilled gaps to the downside. We have even more liquidity formed below us now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bottoms. Yeah. And Slothfather, my strike rate's around 50% as well. So it's just all about picking the right direction 50% of the time and getting a 2 to 1, and you are profitable. Or like a 2.5 to 1. Based on Top Step, my strike rate's 60%, but I know over time it's closer to 50. And I think for like if you're sub 10 years of training, I think having a 50% strike rate is really good. If you guys can do 50%, then you guys should be profitable. ICT is what, 68%, correct? So how much higher can you go from 50 to 68? There was like a 1 minute market structure shift here on the 1 minute. I am holding this till 8:30 to see the direction it's going to pick. I think right now I'm still, even though we rejected it so many times, I really think it's going to break these levels, go lower and then go higher. 3 to 1. Yeah. If I wasn't in this trade right now, I'll probably wait until these new week opening gap lows get taken before going short or short further. But as of right now, let's see, we got 3 minutes till the open, or 3 minutes till the 8:30 open. 750. Yeah, that's yeah, that's a good stop loss there. I'm tempted to scale in here. It's because we're re-entering the zone, but I'll leave my risk as $200 on this trade. 732, 732 right here. Okay, at this inversion or possible inversion. Yeah, just the one thing, it's just this new week opening gap. If this wasn't here, this would be a setup. But because this is here, this is like a B setup. This is like the one thing that's throwing me off, this new week opening gap. We don't want to see price break above 740 here. $830 could count. Yeah. 830's in how many seconds? 20. We'll see. So right now, this could be just like the pre 830 push into higher or going lower, taking out this liquidity and then dropping. Unfortunate. So we'll see what 830 does here. For my last trade of the day, I'm just going to wait for a very high probability setup. No more B setups for me. I can't afford it. I'm already at 2 losses for the day. But we'll give it a couple seconds here. But you guys look at what happened since 7. It just essentially moved sideways. I think your Sloth, your stop's still intact, at 850. Oh my gosh. I'm shorting it again. This is the reaction I want to see. See here. It took me out literally by a pip. Yeah, this is what we wanted to see here. This is the knee-jerk reaction. It filled in the SIBI. I don't think it's going to go higher from here. So I got my stop sitting above the highs here again. It's the exact same trade. Exact same fucking trade. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is going to be my last trade for the day. We'll see if it delivers. I can't believe I got stopped out by 1 pip. Here's the 830 macro kicking in. There's a 50-second fair value gap that formed. Hopefully it just sticks at the bottom, and it just continues dropping lower. My final trade of the day. Price stopped at the midpoint of this 50 value gap and also at this inversion. You can see like the wicks do the damage here. They did damage to me as well on my account. What we want to see here. Usually on these days, on these NFP pre 9:30 Mondays, price is clean. Today is the first time I've seen it being pretty messy. But we'll see. If it manages to hit stop loss, I'm going to be break even for the day with slight profit. No, I'll be up $200 per account. Yeah. That was a nice rejection there. Created fair value gap on the 1 minute, came to the midpoint, price stop there. It's continuing to push lower. But just looking at how 1 minute delivered today. Didn't do much, guys. Essentially from the 7 a.m. open, it moved sideways. Yeah, come on, sell algo. But at the end of the day, like you just have to be satisfied with the trades that you take, even if they're losses. If there's logic behind them using ICT strings, and you see like these, these displacements to downside, taking out liquidity, moving lower. It's trades like this that some of them run, some of them don't. Here, so far price is printing nicely. Stops right here. I'm doing like a mini trail. There's no reason for price to get above the midpoint of this fair value gap or this IPG. If it does, then it's going higher. So that's how I'm cutting my losses just by a bit, slight trimmings. Yeah, so it's such a strong push up. We just want to see it start rejecting lower now. At this midpoint here, this one. Good. Midpoint. My stop loss is going to be that. We'll see our price rejects this midpoint here or this fair value gap, the downside. There's just so many levels that has to break to the upside now. But we will see. Seven, eight, seven. The bodies are still sticking within these bodies here. Price just filled this inefficiency here to the downside. It looks like it used it as rocket fuel, push down lower. It looks like price might now, looking at where it's at, I think it's going to start exploring lower, at least at the lows where I entered at right here. For its next level, it's probably going to be going towards these lows here. They are relatively equal on the 1 minute. You can definitely see pricing jumping a bit more than what it used to in the morning session. That's the 8:30 algo trying to push price into one direction. And now for the next move, price is going to want to tag these lows here that it's creating. So right now it's engineering liquidity to the downside. See, it disturbed price to the upside, right? That 1 minute shark attack. We want to see price taking out these relative equal lows here as its like next move. Okay, the equal lows have been tagged. And price is now pushing to the downside. The 15-minute candle is going to be closing in 5 minutes. If it closes below the open of this bullish, then that's going to be good. That's going to be indicating further sell side strength. If you guys look at the top right here, look at this midpoint of this 15-second chart or this 15-minute chart. You see how price just stopped at the midpoint here and then dropped lower? This is something that, this is why initially my stop was here. It was just like, I was just missing 2 pips and I still would have been in the trade. Costing me 1K overall, but lessons learned. I had a couple more ticks to my trades above these levels. So I did manage to have it at the right level. It's just those too tight. So a better level for stop losses would be like at higher than the midpoint of this gap right here or above this gap. I think 750 was the level. So what or I think it was Sloth took, that was the optimal sell side, or not sell side, but stop loss level. All right, so price is now pushing to the downside. Based on how the 15-minute candle is closing, it's really 2 things. Like this is going to be an indication that it's going to push lower or it's going to continue going sideways. But based on this, my indication is that we are pushing lower. The question is can we break the new week opening gap as 12:30, or if it's going to reject it once more and do nothing. We did offer buy side liquidity on the 1 hour, or a buy or a market shifter buy side of the run. Is just now we have to create the sell side of the run here. So we will see. Like at the open, I think we're going to be bearish. Like just because we've created a top, we're dropping down lower. If I wasn't down minus 2K today, then I'd be holding this trade longer than this level. But unfortunately, I'm just going to take my $200 per account and just leave it at that if we get down to this level, and I'll probably call it a day. Keep going price. So right now it's, see on the 15-second chart, it's effectively creating fair value gaps, filling them in, and just moving lower. Right? So this is what we want to see. It's, very good bearish price action. Did you go to break even? I just did. No. I'm gonna go to this level right here right now, 741. So my risk is half right now. But if price rejects this and comes back up here, then we're definitely wrong. We're not wrong. It's just you don't want to be in this trade. So I go break even here with the thought it's either going to sweep the lows now or it won't. Yep, that's it. So I think break even's the right move. I'm just gonna see how it rejects here first before moving my stop loss any further. But like, if it rejects all this, it comes back up, like we're fucked. Like no mercy. Once it breaks these lows, that's when I'm gonna move to break even here. I just want these lows to be taken. Beautiful. Keep going, price. Keep fucking going. 688. If it hits target, I should be up 1.2K for the day. And look at that, guys. Like, assuming that I'm right 30% of the time, you take 2 losses, you make 1 win, you're still up. But let's just hope that price doesn't reject this here. I wanted to break at this point. Price really explored very low here. And it's rejecting. So I think so my stop is at break even officially. I don't want to be in this trade any longer once it breaks the level. I'm really surprised how this new week opening gap supported price today. Insane. Okay, all right. I'm out for break even for $3, guys. Okay, so that was the like. Could my stop have been like right here? It could have, but after a rejection like this of the new week opening gap, I don't know if it's something that I would have wanted to be in here. I took out all liquidity and it's just moving higher. Maybe I should have partialed down here, but it is what it is. Because right now price, what did it do? It took out all liquidity that it created from 7 o'clock. It tagged it and it moved higher. So what's price going to do now? Take all this liquidity, go to the most inefficient high and go lower? I think personally, this came from like a high probability trade to either medium or low. Yeah, it's super high. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, it's one of those days. Yeah, it's just going short after something like this. So price can do one of two things. It can, like once it tags lows like this, you'd want to see it just explode lower. But the moment it starts taking lows and pulling back up, that's when I get a bit sketched out, and you can see prices pushing higher once again. Yeah, that's the manipulation there to the upside. So really crappy price action that we had today. See, yeah. I made $4.50 on my following account and $3 on my lead. Okay. Break even's a break even. Personally, I don't. I don't know if anyone else here does. If you're based in America, London's hard to trade. I think this was 3 years ago. I traded FX and I woke up at 2 a.m. every morning to trade London. It was very difficult. First of all, you're sleep deprived trying to catch moves. So I got away from Forex and I started trading NQ, as it's such a small window to make profit from like 7 to 11 o'clock. Oh, you're in Europe? Okay. So right now it's what time for you? It's like 3 o'clock, right? Where are you from in Europe, Del? I'm also European. 14:30. London. Oh, cool. Germany. Cool. I'm Polish, so every year I go visit Poland. My relatives. Germany's just across the border. Honestly, good stop losses today, especially on this last trade. Just getting out of break even. Just understanding that if it breaks past it, it goes higher. The bias is wrong. It's not going to go lower. For the open at 9:30 in 40 minutes, my bias is going to be short right away. We're 240 points above yesterday's close, so something to keep in mind. Let's see what daily levels we have. Okay, just this daily level here in red. I love Poland. Want to visit more? Yeah, it's a good country. They have really good pastries. Their pączki, which are like dough, like donuts filled with custard inside. I think that's what they're most famous for. But yeah, I definitely want to visit Germany, a couple more European countries, maybe in the summer when it gets warmer. The Netherlands. So most likely, we're not going to see a lot of action up until 9:30. This is probably like the lowest probability 30 minutes of trading that there is. So if you guys enjoyed the stream so far, feel free to drop a like. I would appreciate that. We'll just have to give it 30 more minutes till the open to see if there's anything worthy of trading. So let's see how price reacts to the midpoint here of this 15-minute wick. Right, so that's the, let me go to these lines. Here's the midpoint. Once bodies start breaking above this, just indicates that it's not so strong of a gap, because wicks are gaps, right? So midpoint of 15-minute gap of wick. And wick equals gap. Okay. I appreciate it. Just created 1 minute order block. Not sure what you mean by that. Oh, hey, Hopeful, how's it going? Just created 1 minute order block. Yeah, so price action for today. This is what I want to see at the open. I want to see kind of price reverse here, go lower, get into this weekly fair value gap, and here's the open. You know what? Let's take Friday's closing price. Let's put it here as well. Get to this inversion, this 1 hour SIBI / weekly fair value gap, and then push higher. These relative equal highs. That's what I want to see. It'd be perfect for me. Catch the low and then catch the long. It's not like, it's probably not going to do it in 1 day, but like overall, that's what I want to see. New week, new opportunity hype. Yep. We tried to catch some trades today. Unfortunately, price either manipulated me out, or we tried to hold price through heavy levels of support and resistance, and it just failed for the last time, which was here. So that was definitely unfortunate to see. I was still surprised here, to be honest. Like, I really thought once price tags its liquidity here, it's just going to continue dropping lower. But instead, it just rejected it once more, and it decided to stick above the new week opening gap of last week, not even this week. This week's new opening gap is way below us. So, you know, price, you know, this is technically the most sensitive gap because it's the most recent, but I really think price is going to gravitate towards, where's the midpoint here? Somewhere here. I really want price to hit this level today. I don't want to marry to it, but I see OB as the down push that sweeps the lows and break above that. Oh, I know what you mean. Right here, right? Yeah, that's considered technically like the market shift. Even on the 5 minute, that's an MMS, right? To the upside. The good thing is, like, as long as like you manage your risk properly and you don't over leverage, even taking like 2 losses, like I did today, you know, it dents your trading account, but you can afford many more losses before losing it all, right? So I'm keeping my stop loss at 200 until I break 4K on my accounts. And once I break 4K, that's when I start increasing my risk to 300 per trade. And then every time I break another 1,000, I add 100 to my stop loss. And that's how I kind of expedite the upside. So what did price do here? It came to this level. I'm not sure what this level is, to be honest. Like where exactly decided to stop? It could be like this order block here, right on the 1 minute. But again, it's moving sideways. This is nothing meaningful right now that's happening after this latest push up. 15-minute looks really messy. Came to VI 1 minute. Maybe, yep, you're right. That tiny VI there. That's what it was. You are right about that. The VI. All right, and what's price going to do post 9:30? I think at 9:30, this is what has to happen. Even though overall, I do want to see these equal highs get tagged. We're going to be trading into this daily SIBIs. I think the bottoms are relatively safe now just because of like the market structure shift on the 1 hour that we had and the push higher. I don't think price is going to drop from here and go lower. I think I do want to see a drop to a lower level before going higher. That would be ideal. If the 9:30 decides to open up and continues pushing higher, that would suck. But right now we're 260 handles above Friday's close. So today we have no news as well. It's a no news day. So the 9:30 might be messy. Usually on no news days, post 9:30, I don't trade. But we'll see if price gives me something very clean for my last trade. I will never take more than 3 losing trades in a day. But for my third one, it does have to be something very clean. What I do is 500 first trade, then 200 till I get back to break even. First trade is wins, then good profit. Yeah, that's I'd probably say that's a strategy for prop firms. If I'm doing like one and I want to scale it fast, then yeah, that could be considered there. I am long 736, 736, 736, stop at 716. Okay. So below the midpoint of the new week opening gap. 1 standard deviation puts us the tick at the midline of the 1 hour fair value gap above. Yeah. Yeah, so my initial target there. So for those who want me to map, I guess, all father's trade, it's something like this. 36. And the target was here. That's this position here. So price did close above the midpoint of the 50-minute wick here, indicating weakness of this PD array. So price may explore higher, but we will see. Personally, I don't have an interest right now to trade at all until 9:30. Yeah, CADL. So today's conditions were unfair, in my opinion. But it wasn't bad. I think the attempt to catch the short here overall, it was probably one of two of attempts of catching a short. And this long here was just a manipulation move. I think this trade by me could have been like, I could have sided to the caution of it, but I watched an ICT video the other day and he's like, whenever there's consolidation like this, the break above it, this gap shouldn't break. So maybe I put too much weight to that one idea that he said. But it is what it is. Only the 6th day of the year. I think the 3rd trading day. So we'll see what price does today. 25 minutes will open. Still plenty of time. Is anyone here else looking at any possible trade other than Slothfathers taking it long at 336? Or are all of you waiting for the 930 open to see if we can get a trade off of the first fair value gap into a direction? How can I put the end dog indicator info on top step X? Can you do indicators on top step X? I'm checking right now. I never have remove indicators, so you can technically have an indicator because I can remove them. Oh, I found it. Okay. So on top step X, on the very top of your chart, where it says like MNQ, when you have the chart, and then you have the minutes, and then you got the candles, there's this like F with a small X to the right of it. You click on that, it's indicators and strategies, and then let's see if this will show up, NWOG. Oh, it doesn't. So it looks like, unfortunately, let's see if there's anything new week or new day related here. So I don't think you can do it, guys, on Top Step X. I don't see anything in like related to new week or new day or just gaps in general. But unfortunately, I don't think you can plot this on Top Step X. Yeah, waiting for 930. Yeah, likewise. I think once you see a close below this new week opening gap, I think that might be the catalyst to shoot price lower after all this fucking consolidation on the 15-minute chart. Yeah. I think the best way to trade is trade off of like TradingView. Get a subscription. Hopefully you guys caught it on Black Friday. That's the best deals of the year. It was like a month ago. And then I have my Top Step X just sitting in the corner of my screen, and I just hit long or short, and I adjust my stop losses real time, and I manage my trade on my TradingView charts. So that's that. But like after 930, we can think of it this way. Price can do one of two things. It can go higher or lower, right? Or do nothing. Can it do nothing? Yes, because we have no news today. Can it go higher? Technically, yes, because we have relative equal highs and lows. And can it go lower? And the reason why I'm drawn to lower is because of Friday's closing price. Huge gap, one-sidedness, right? So the market, it has a tendency to gyrate back and forth, right? So is it a higher probability of me catching a longer short or a longer long? And I think it's gonna be a short here, right? Just because the market has been so one-sided since the open, at Sunday's open essentially, that I'm not going to be wanting to catch any longs today, but I am looking for shorts. So if a short, even though we continue going long from 9:30 all the way till 10 o'clock, that's fine. But the only positions I'm interested in is shorts for the upcoming trading session. So hopefully price is going to give some kind of manipulation to the upside, come back down, create a fair value gap, trade up to it, displace from it, entry. That's how I'm seeing today's pan out. I'll be right back. Do you take the tilt from Top Step also in consideration when taking a trade? What do you mean the tilt? Like my own, like the tilt? I don't know what the tilt is. Oh, is it like, I'm looking at it right now. Like you're talking about that, like that tab, right? The tilt. Yeah, the indicator is like 80% long, etc. Let's see, for NQ, I am seeing 50% long, 50% short. Average, long's average price, short's average price. I've never looked at it in my life before, to be honest. But if if I was looking at it, I would be the opposite of it. If the majority of the market's long, I'd be short. Like right now, NQ's long 53 and 47 short. I would be signing the side of short, but I don't look at that at all. Like market sentiment, no. Okay, 9:15, and this is price. What? So this is called Astle price, where it's pushing into our intended direction. This is a crazy push at 9:15, to be honest. This is insane. This is manipulation to me. Like, was there news right now? No, nothing happened at 9:15. This is just the target that we wanted to be hit finally got hit. Yeah. that was weird. It's the Fed speech. Yeah, 9:30. At 9:30. Yeah, Forex Factory. Right. Yeah, FOMC member Cook speaks. So we'll see. We'll see what 9:30 has in store. This is not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see some kind of manipulation higher, then the breakdown post 9:30. This is crazy. See, today, to be honest, I think it was, manipulated sideways and then it just dropped lower. See, like what creates tilt for me is not being able to take a trade and then price doing what we wanted to do, essentially. I would have been stopped out regardless if I held it, but interesting. Yeah, 9:15. It was 9:15, really, eh, Rob? For some reason, Forex Factory didn't show that for me. What news site do you use? If you don't mind me asking. Financial Juice. I heard about it. Let's see here. Financial Juice. Oh yeah. Yeah, interesting. Here it says 9:15 on Financial Juice. Interesting. I'm going to bookmark this page and I'm going to compare it to Forex Factory moving forward. So from a higher time frame, I am liking this push away from this daily SIBIs down to the downside. Technically, once price broke this opening price of, or once price broke this opening price to the downside, this is technically considered a market shift in the 1 hour. This is the most recent low here and the opening price of it. So I'm more for now shorts going into the 930, but we'll have to wait for higher confluence factors post 930 to take something that makes sense. The last 10 minutes before the 930 open, price most likely will be, I'm not sure if it's going to do something meaningful, but if I were to kind of map what it did, we do have a fair value up here to the downside that formed. Let's see how it reacts to this new week opening gap on the open. And then see some kind of displacement to the downside, maybe for a fair value gap and taking it lower. Looking at the displacement, just on the 15-minute, you can see here we disturbed the tops, took out liquidity from a weekly perspective, and then dropped lower. So is the story making sense from a weekly perspective? Yes. From a daily perspective, yes. We touched the daily SIBI and we might drop lower now. From a 1 hour, yes as well. We're above Friday's opening price. Let's see what the tilt is saying. You know what? I'm gonna start looking at this tilt to see, like over the next 2 weeks, how my positions just fare against it. Like if I'm short, if I'm with the market or against it. I'm just curious. I'm just gonna plot my next 10 trades against the tilt and see if I can create some kind of correlation. But I'm putting 0 weight to the tilt in Top Step. I think because I'm new to it, it's active trades right now. So the majority of trades right now in Top Step are short. So like if you click on the tilt, and you hover over like percent short or long, it's the percentage that are currently short or long. And it's funny because the percentage of Top Step traders who are down is 50%, and up is 50%. Long's average price, short's average price. So it's 50-50 right now in the market. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Yep. It shouldn't be used as a buy or sell, but 60% are long right now. That's interesting. Like, would I be long right now? No, I wouldn't. We're what? 4 minutes till the open. Trading into a. This is an extremely strong inversion. You can see our price reacted to it right now. It just touched. It didn't even get to the midpoint of it, right? I just like got to almost the midpoint and just pushed right down. Three minutes will open. Two minutes will open. Price is pushing right now into the new week opening gap once again. Okay, so let's kind of think about what price can do post open and try to map out a game plan. So we've got relative equal highs here sitting above us, right? Technically, this is a 1 minute market structure shift here, but if we're looking for some kind of manipulation or disruption, price can tag this and go lower. What I'm not liking right now is this push lower and then higher. So it's creating this low test candle on the 50-minute chart. It's just indicating bullish PA. And right now we're sitting above the new week opening gap once again. So when it comes to shorting, I'm gonna have to wait for a lot more to go short on the market after something like this pre-market. So let's wait. Today's no news as well, so it's a low probability trading day post 9:30. All right. And we have opened. Price traded to the top of this inversion fair value gap, or sorry, fair value gap here, the SIBI. Let's see how it's going to react to these equal highs here. In a perfect world, we want to see them top. Okay, equal highs have been tapped here. I'm going to be waiting for a 15-second first fair value gap form, just so I can start creating some kind of narrative against the market here. It has to be on the 931 candle at a minimum. All right, so we pierce this gap. I can get rid of this here. Here in light green, I have our RTH gap formed from yesterday or from Friday. The price took these equal highs. It's pushing back to the opening of today's price. It'd be nice to see, if we were going short, the disruption, this could be it, right? The Judah coming back lower, creating a first fair value gap and dropping to the midpoint. Is right here. This is going to be, a target if price were to go lower. There is a 70% chance that it'll get hit within the first 30 minutes. That's always something that we want to watch out for. But I don't have conviction right now that this is going to drop. At least where price is right now. Like on the 1 hour, what did price do? It just went to this area right here. It went to the weekly fair value gap. It went to almost the 1 hour SIBI. It's rejected it and just went higher. So this is going to be the 1 hour fair value or the 15-second fair value gap. First fair value gap after the open, the 15-second chart. Green, right? And if there's a gap, remember guys, just take it all the way to the body of the next candle. That's how we illustrate them. Price formed it, filled it in completely, might be pushing higher. There's something called the three drives pattern where price tries to push up higher 3 times. So 1, 2, and 3. And then sometimes we see reversal after the third one. So let's see. Or it's called like the 3 Indians. It doesn't mean that it's in reverse after 3. It's just a pattern that ICT found in his experience. For me to go short, I'd want to see this new week opening gap break the downside. And then longs, the 1 hour seems very bullish. Same with the 15-minute chart. So, if it is going to go long, how much longer is it going to go? the midpoint of this 1 hour SIBI, possibly. You can see here, I rejected this first fair value gap, and most likely I think it's gonna be pushing to the upside now. But as I said before, I'm most likely not going to take long shorts, if anything, and any long opportunities, I'll just let it go, as it's so far into the run right now that I am just a bit iffy about it. Is anyone here planning longs or shorts? I'm just curious. So I'm going to create a small poll here for the session bias. So for the next 2 hours, are you guys leaning more long or short? Okay, price came back into this first fair value gap on the 15-second, tapped it. I still don't have a 1 minute first fair value gap. Still hasn't formed yet. But yeah, it looks like 3 for short, 1 for long. Okay. We are pushing into the lower half of this daily SIBI that I've marked here on the top left. Price popped above it. Long-term, long, short for now. Yeah. Yeah, so what helped me in my trading the most, I think, out of well, maybe not the most, but a lot of it is I stopped chasing runs like this. And I always try to go opposite of the market with large RTH gaps. Like once he said he's never long when we have these kind of openings. Like once I applied as a rule, then that's where I saw more wins than losses on my end. So we'll see here. Price. Yeah, prices PAs is still bullish from all perspectives. Like since the 9:30 open, price hasn't created a single fair value gap yet. That is something. So this right here, price is very, even on the 15-second chart, it's very effectively painting. So this is effective, an effective price run. Almost no fair value gaps are forming. Some are forming, like right here, we've got one. But this is essentially, could be considered as high resistance, right? First 7 minutes of the open. Price created like a 50. I only have to work off of these like mini fair value gaps here on the 15-second chart, but you can see it created one here, broke to the downside. Back to the upside. It looks like price is going to be pushing higher. Still hasn't created a first fair value gap on the 1 minute. These aren't conditions I want to trade in right now. Even though it would be nice to leave the day at break even or slight profit, I won't be doing it in conditions like this. So what we have to do is just wait now. See if price gives something else. Once price breaks this daily SIBI, my intention is going to be longs. I won't be looking for shorts anymore. But that's kind of like the line in the sand. Like once we break to the upside and close above it, I'll be waiting for retracements back into it and then longs into these relative equal highs here. Because I think that's the next draw on liquidity. It's pretty obvious. But the question is how do we catch it on like a 1 minute time frame and use that bias for larger trades? Let's see what we have tomorrow for news. Tomorrow for Tuesday, we just have news at 10 o'clock. We got Joel job openings at ISM, service PMI at 10 a.m. So we might have some trades post 10 o'clock tomorrow. And then Wednesday is FOMC. I'm not going to trade Wednesday. Thursday is the day before NFP and Friday. So it's going to be a short week this week. If anything, Wednesday is going to be my last trading day. And I don't want to have all positions closed by 10:30 the latest. So we will see. Okay, so price is pushing right now into the 1 hour midpoint of this red fair value gap. It's also sitting pretty close to like this 1 hour midpoint. If I were to draw it here, yeah, essentially the same here. Do we have, oh, we have our first 1 hour fair value gap, or sorry, 1 minute first fair value gap right here. So this is our 1 minute first fair value gap. And then we got a 15-second. 15-second first fair value gap. Oh, hey, wish me well, how's it going? So nothing is super blaringly obvious that I can see relative equal lows or pool of liquidity, either tagged or wants to get tagged. Price right now is just meandering, up. It hit my first target of the morning. Unfortunately, it was, price wanted to go lower before going higher. So that's fine. It's funny. All the things I wanted price to do, it did. It just didn't do it at the right time. And now we're going to wait for 10 o'clock. There's a possibility I might stop the stream today. But there is nothing enticing here to take a trade. Today at 10 or today at 8 p.m. Most likely, I'm hoping ICT is going to drop his first 2025 mentorship video. So excited for that. Okay, price is breaking. Here's the 1 minute fair value gap. So you can see price, it broke above the midpoint of these SIBIs. It's breaking back down. Was this the Judah swing? Maybe. I do like that displacement. Let's see if the 1 hour is going to close below this. Or sorry, the 1 minute is going to close below this 1 hour fair value gap here. This is. Okay, so price, look, it decided to close above it. And this price is going to push higher, maybe. But let's see if it decides to turn here. We're going to start looking for signatures here and try to take a short, at least me personally. but there's a strong possibility that it's going to keep going up. Yeah, the dip and rip. Yeah, the dip and rip. It was a okay. So price is yeah. So price is. I think it's gonna be printing to the upside. Curious what the tilt is saying right now. Wow, 80% long, 21% short. Okay. It definitely is for entertainment purposes only. This was a nice reaction off the 1 minute fair value gap. It's like it's showing that it's being respected. How high is price going to go here? Yeah, that is the question. But anywho, zooming out, I do like how price kind of came down here and took out all this liquidity from the morning session before going higher. But after price opened, it never even dipped a candle below the open and it pushed higher. So usually ICT says this is seen as, bullish strength where the gap doesn't even want to be tested, not even once, and it just continues pushing higher. But let's keep, I'm going to wait a bit longer to see what price will give us for the downside. I'm really curious who's short right now. Just 26% of the traders are short for Top Step. But nothing right now is indicating that a short is in play, at least right here. Let's look at the 4 hour. The 4 hour closed very bullish, or it will close bullish in 11 minutes from now if price doesn't retrace here aggressively. And most likely, yeah, the draws. So yeah, as with the majority of you here, I'm also long. Like upside are the targets for this week. It's just we need to catch these runs on the 1 minute. So let's see what price is gonna do. 20%. Yeah. That's actually really interesting. It's super entertaining. Oh, now it's 28% short. But it looks like a couple of the traders made some money off of this, off Top Step. So maybe this was the Judah, the pre-930 Judah coming back up, going long. Again, high resistant conditions here. Only one fair value gap has formed on the 1 minute. That's it. Which is this one right here at 940. So let's see. We might get a silver bullet from 10 to 11 going short. If price continues to go higher at 11:30, so there's, let me get my notes here. So I tell all this to you accurately, but there is the lunchtime macro. And if you guys don't know about it, I highly recommend you writing this down. This is ICT words, not mine. But from 11:30 to 1:30 p.m. Eastern, if there is a run higher or it's staggered and it goes higher for the majority of the morning, it's reasonable that at 11:30, price will start retracing to a target after 10 o'clock. Okay. So once you hit 10 o'clock, you'll find the first low or the first equal lows after 10. And that's going to be an opportunity to short, not at 11:30, but you'll be looking for price to paint a picture at 11:30 to go shorter. So if I see price continuing to push higher up until 11:30, maybe tag this high out right here, right? Friday, December 27th at 7 o'clock. I might be looking for a trade lower using that 11:30 macro. So that's how you use a lunchtime macro. Sustain runs like this. It's going to retrace at some point, and 11:30 is usually when they want to take money from whoever made money from the markets, which is buyers. So AKA going short. That's something that is worth taking note of. Hopefully that made sense. If you guys want me to repeat that again, I can. But that's how you trade the lunchtime macro. And if nothing's going to appear by 11, usually I don't trade from 11 to 11:30, and then I attempt again at 11:30 to 12. And if there's nothing there, then I close the charge down for the day, and I'm going to wait for tomorrow's session. Probably the second last trading day of this week. Has anyone here managed to catch a long after the open? I think it would have a lot of nerve to hold it for an entire 22 minutes with price just gyrating like this, slowly up. But all in all, my prediction is today, I don't think we'll get a trade or like a high probability trade, because my last trade of the day is going to be high probability. I'll want to at least break even for today. But if not, I'll let the 2K take me to the next day. I went to make a coffee and missed my long. Where did you want that long? Hopeful. Humor me. Where did you want to take a long here? And if it was at this first minute fair value gap, I would say it's fair, right? So it rejected it. It created a 15-second fair value gap here. And then going off of this long, oops, it didn't color in for me. So like a long off of this would make sense. But like we're just sustaining such a long price run that I just don't know how much longer it's going to go. Price is pushing to the upper half of this daily SIBI and this 1 hour SIBI as well. If it closes in the upper halves, just price has a higher tendency to go higher than lower at that point. And then this low right here might be the interim level that it's, I think, trying to seek. Right. This is going to be buy side liquidity here. The 925 to 927 candles was cleanest to me. Let's see, 925 to 927 here, eh? So taking a long before the 930 open. I did up using the scalp protocol because it was definitely moving its way up slowly there. What's the scalp protocol? I'm not aware of this. This is, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if price did this for the rest of the morning. This sucks to have a trade like this. Like you'd want to take trades and you wanted to rush the targets. But based on PA, on the 1 hour, 15 minute, 5 minute, on every single time frame, I'm not seeing any shorts. Once price breaks this 1 minute fair value up to downside, uses inversion, that's going to be like a high risk short based on everything else that I'm seeing. But like, I think it's team longs until we hit this level, unless price aggressively starts trading lower, and then I'll try to, take it to that midpoint maybe. And that's going to be the manipulation swing of the 1 hour again. Not in love with that idea, but it's a possibility. So wish me well FX. What is this scalp protocol that you're talking about? Here we've got, so it looks like, so 6 votes. I've got, I think it's 67% down and 33% up. So 1/3 of you think that is going to go up and the rest are down. 1 hour trades. Yeah, fair. Okay, so that's what you mean by scalp 1 hour trades to the upside. Yeah. Like the 1 hour trade that could have been taken as like, here's one of them, right? So rejection of this is how you trade the first fair value gaps. Rejection of the first fair value gap, a 15-second fair value gap forms, price comes back to it, touches it, you trade up to it, and you're done. But okay, but we'll see what price does. What else I want to see price do is an aggressive drop lower. So right now we're in the 950 1010 macro. We want to go up higher and then trade to the midpoint. Is it going to do that? Honestly, I have no clear bias to one side or the other. Before I did here, this was when I was most confident about a trade, taking the short here, which just took me out on break even. But this right here, this is not high probability trading right now. So it's best to watch. Let's see if we get something. If we do, I'll trade it. If not, then it's going to be, we'll give price an opportunity to give us something tomorrow. You can see here, price dropped down right now. It created technically a market structure shift to the downside. It's the body might close below this daily SIBI and below this 1 hour SIBI. Why can't I see the midpoint here? So I'm curious how that's gonna play. And then let's see if it's gonna push lower below this 1 minute fair value gap here. High frequency scalping, 5-second chart. Okay. That's too much for me. Below the 15-second chart, I won't dip below that. Too much noise. It's not noise, but it's, you definitely have to think fast. Uh, 10 o'clock is going to drop in 5 seconds here. Then we've got 10 more minutes left of the 950 macro, the 1010. So am I comfortable with taking longs from here? No. Shorts? No. I think if I were to be trading one side versus the other, you know what? I can't even answer that question. I wouldn't be trading both. I feel like the market's going to go long from here, but there's a possibility that it might also rip to the downside. And this being the 930 Judah to the upside with price wanting to take price down. Good morning, Super Bartek. Super Bartek. I have an idea of who that is. All right, let's see. So the reason why price is like this today is because, remember guys, one, it's NFP week. Two, we've got no news after 9:30. And this is typical price action that you see on days like this. ICT usually says he doesn't recommend trading non-news days. The cleanest moves that you'll have on non-news days is going to be pre-9:30. That's what we tried to capitalize on today. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for me. And overall, I'm happy with my losses. There's really no negative emotion or anything that I could have done. If anything, one of my trades could have had a slightly higher stop loss than, because I got tagged out by one handle. But other than that, everything else was executed to plan. All right, so on the 1 minute here, price did create a market structure shift here to the downside, but we're still sitting above this 1 minute fair value gap. I do want to see this broken to the downside before exploring prices lower. Okay, here, let's see how price is gonna. What I look at is how price reacts to wicks as well. So you can see here, it is, breaking to the upside, and this wick as well. It's breaking to the upside as well. So I don't see any major reason for bears to just kick in and to drop it lower. I think it's going to go higher from here. And on the 15-second chart, I can't even put in a trade that would make sense. So let's give it some more time here. Let's try to get it. We'll see if price presents a silver bullet from 9 to 9:30. But today is a very uneventful trading day. So high resistant conditions here. We've only formed one fair value gap on the 1 minute chart after 9:30. So that just indicates that price is painting very efficiently up and down. So that's like the third condition here that kind of supports no news day, NFP week, and pre 9:30 sucked as well. Price did nothing and moved sideways. See what the tilt is saying. Long 56, short 46. So right now they're 50-50 essentially. I'll give price till 10:30 today, and then I'll close out the stream. We do have a fair value gap here on the 15-minute chart that is left open. Price might want to trade to that before moving higher. But all in all, this is this chop here that we have. See if we have any low impact news in the next 30 minutes. No, we don't. We're done. Next news is at 950 monetary base for the yen. Nothing for the US dollar. Let's see what ES is doing. So ES is also slowly pushing to the upside here. On the 1 hour, you can see it has somewhat relative equal highs that it might be pushing towards. There's a lot of low resistant liquidity here on ES, which is going to get tagged. So this supports the bias of being long for later on in the week. Yeah, on the 15-minute chart as well, you can see here, ES massive push to the downside. And then now it's just slowly slugging up. So the 950 to 1010 macro is finishing in 3 minutes. It's done absolutely nothing. And the way we look at macros is it's just, we can trade outside of them. It's just a supercharger for trades. And it's supercharged sideways today. So most likely, there's a very low percent chance that we'll get a significant run to the downside. To the upside, I think it's going to continue kind of slowly slugging up to a key level. But other than that, I think today's trading day is over. Do you guys see anything tradable or any biases that you'd like to share that might execute in the next 1 hour? Because right now, all I'm seeing is I wouldn't trade this at this point, but breakdowns below the 1 minute fair value gap and taking it to the upper side of where we've opened. But from a long perspective, nothing. We got a phantom trend line here, which equals liquidity. Something that might be taken in the future. It might even go lower to go higher later on. But this is something that's keying, or that's eyeing me, or that's showing me where price can go. But all in all, I think that might be it for today. Price tapped into this 15-second fair value gap one last time, pushed up higher. So it is creating some support here. But it looks like price is going to continue to push up slowly. At least that's what I'm thinking. So I think on that note, don't see anything meaningful for today. Don't think anything is tradable or is worth trading. I am going to eye the afternoon session today. Usually if mornings are sloppy, which they are, you'll see cleaner afternoons and vice versa. Clean afternoons equals clean mornings equals choppy afternoons. So if you guys have the ability to look at price action post 130, I would recommend it. And it's funny because just before I'm about to close out, we're seeing movement here on the 15-second and the 1 minute candle. Okay, price is trading into this first minute fair value gap here. It's taking out this liquidity here. Just curious to see how it's going to react to this 1 minute fair value gap here to the downside. I want to see it broken to the downside, creating some kind of displacement on the 15-second chart, and then that might be a short scalp here to the opening. See here, price rejected this first minute fair value gap, came to the upside. It rejected this 15-second BISI or SIBI, sorry. Okay, completely filled it in. All right, so I think from here it might go even higher. So this kind of PA here indicates bullish strength. If it trades to this fair value gap, possible scalp to the upside. I wouldn't say it's a high probability trade. But this is something that would be indicative of coming back down, trying to break the lows, failing, coming higher, breaking bearish PDAs, creating bullish ones. It tapped this 15-minute fair value gap. This could be seen as an institutional order entry right there. And then price maybe going higher. But let's see how it's going to react to this inversion fair value gap, which is marked in red, and this blue BISI marked in blue. You wouldn't want to see the midpoints here being traded to if they're going to hold their value. So the bodies are closing above this inversion right here. How many points do we have? 120 points to get to the next moment recent high. So this right here is a good reaction. I'm going to take a small buy here. I think at this point, tried it. And I'm going to target this high right here at 954. Yeah. And I got my stop right below the midpoint of this wick right here on the 50-second chart. And then most likely I'm gonna trail to break even very fast. So my stop loss is sitting right here right now, below these highs for $94 of risk. And right now I just want to see I wouldn't want to see price break below this price right here to the upside. bullish order block. My entry was a bit higher. It's actually right here. We will see what price do. Okay. So my stop right now is at the most recent lows here before this last bullish order block for essentially 0.4% risk for me, which is $88 per account. And then we'll see if it rips higher to this high here. Once price clears this low here and it goes higher, I will take my trade to break even. And then it's either I make money or I don't make money, but I don't lose money. So the closest thing to nirvana in trading is being in a trade, being at break even. So price here on the 1 minute, it traded to this fair value gap here. It also touched this bullish fair value gap. It is displacing to the upside now, which is good. But time of day right now, am I liking it? No. It's 10:17 on a no news day. All right, price right now is being pushed to break even here. So my stop loss is right below this low here. If price decides to come back to these levels, it's going to retrace lower or do nothing. So this is the trade here. It's going to hit these highs and just blast through, or it's taking me out for $0. All right, $200 in profit per account. Nice. Terminus is at 7:30. I'm going to do a partial here. First partial. It's going to be a 50% partial. If you're wondering what this level is, it's essentially, it's the next fair value gap it's going to have to break on the 1 hour chart. It's going to be right here. So my partial is going to be right there for 50% if it gets there. And I can't do a 50% partial because I took three micros here. So it's going to have to be a 33%, or maybe I'll do a 66% partial here. Yeah. All right. So what I'm liking about this trade to the upsides, there's a lot of downsides, like time of day, no news, etc. We've had a massive push higher. It's that we've taken out the 1 minute fair value gap once again, aggressive push higher. On the 5 minute chart, if you guys open up on your end, it's a clear rejection lower with a push higher. So that's the manipulation of grabbing sell side liquidity from these equal lows and going higher. But what I'm liking is how the hourly is looking like right now. So we're filling in the daily CIBI. We're filling in the 1 hour CIBI. It's trading to the upper halves of it, which is indicating sell side weakness. And technically, we should be seeing a break to the upside here, right? The reason why my stop loss is so close to where we are right now is just because time of day and how high we are in the PA. So it's really one of two things. It breaks me out, or I make roughly, 500 per account. So those are risks that I'm willing to bet on. And now we just have to be patient and see what's going to have to happen with price here. There you go. There's another leg to the upside. I'm going to move my stop loss for a slight profit here to just below the midpoint of this bearish order block. So we are $20 in profit per account. Nice, $100. This is highly manipulative price action, in my opinion. This constant push up. But that is what it is. All right. Price is how many points away from my first target? 18 points. I don't want to see this bearish 1 hour order flow break. We've got a bullish order block here. It went below us. Once it breaks all these levels, the trade thesis is done. See what we have here. All right, price is pushing into second order block here. Bodies are still probably going to hopefully close above this one here. That's what I want to see in price delivery. There's some liquidity here that it might take equal lows. That might be a level that it might tag before going higher, if price is intended to go higher. Something I don't want to see is like the price close below the midpoint of this bullish order block. I am tempted to close this trade down $200, but we'll trade it to plan. It is almost 10:30. Here is bullish order block. And here's going to be the second bullish order block here. Just get the bodies here of it. That's going to be that part. 44. All right. I don't want to see price trade to the lower half of the body of this bullish order block. That's going to indicate, you know, possible bullish strength. Looking at these like sub 1 minute and 1 minute signatures of price. Right now, price hasn't done much in 5 minutes. Once price breaks this high here, I'm moving my stop loss to below the body of this bullish order block. And hopefully we'll get a partial here at 21,900 if price does decide to go up 30 more handles. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's not nice until it closes. Sell limit. And then once price breaks this 1 hour SIBI, it's going to be hitting this liquidity here, sitting at its high. So I'll have one micro just open there. So it's either it hits it or it doesn't. We'll see. So I think if all my targets hit today, I will be in the positives. But nothing too crazy for today once again. Right, I'm moving my stop loss to right there. Locked in $50 per account now. So 250 locked in from my 2K loss today. Price right now is breaching above or just tapped this 1 hour SIBI's high. I'm going to mark this in blue so we can see it, or maybe in purple so we can see the difference. We can see it broke just above it. And then what I want to see is it continuing to go up. We do have this liquidity sitting here below us. It left it open. Price might go back down, tag it, and then go higher. But with price filling in PD arrays like this is essentially good for bulls. I'm just not liking this liquidity here. If it leaves it open, all the better. Remember, we are in high liquidity trading or high resistance trading. So this is not to my surprise that it's moving down like this in the back up. From a higher time frame perspective, we do have this midpoint also as support on the 15-minute chart. Right. So once it breaks this level here, we're probably going to be seeing lower price action. And that's why I have my stop below it. But it's also below this bullish OB. And yeah, price is looking pretty dead right now. We also have a fair value gap here as well that can be acting as support. Once price hits this level here, I'm going to partial out too. And then I'll let the stream run live, but I'm going to be half attentive. As it might be some time until it reaches the second high. If it gets there, I don't know if it will. Or it might just plummet down here and take me out and then I'm done. But it's either I'm up $42 from this trade or up 300 if it hits these partials and then up 500 if it hits the final target. So, but I do think I am probably going to close this trade down at 11:30 before the lunchtime macro. If it continues to go sideways, that's kind of criteria 1 of closing it down. Criteria 2 is hitting either my targets or my stop loss. Did anyone else take a long here or where I did? Okay, price is not like, okay, so I took top liquidity right now. This is what I want to see right now. I want to see a reversal right here, and I don't want these bodies going down any lower than the high of this order block. That's terminus for me. All right, I think touch the last fair value gap here that formed. Once it gets below this, done. Stop loss right now. Sitting right below this fair value gap. Once this breaks, I have no bias anymore for the market. So $50 locked in. $49.50. Okay. Would I scale long here? No, never. This market condition sucks in trading. To be honest, my stop loss can be sitting below this low as well. Again, if it reaches this low, trade's done as well. Okay. All right. Now let's see a push higher. It has nothing else to explore the downside at this point. I'm curious what the sentiment is right now. 51% long, 49% short for top step, according to the tilt. Let's see what ES is doing. It looks like it's that last 1 hour candle is nice, pushing higher. But it looks like it's losing steam as well, but it's also moving sideways. Oh, nice garden. Yeah, so this is the epitome of high resistant trading. So once it breaks my stop loss, I'm done for the day. That's terminus. If price decides to poke below the midpoint of this one fair value up here, I'm out. I have no interest in wanting to hold this for any longer. If price decides to create some kind of logic and direction, you'd be seeing it going up to these levels up here. This partial, which is a fair value gap, which is essentially a draw on liquidity, right? It's a level of inefficiency, and then ultimately 955. I like what it did to the downside. It just created like a breadcrumb of liquidity here. See all these highs? None of them have been higher than the higher high. This is liquidity. Liquidity right here. Come on, price, take it. This below us, this is more of like a shark attack. It went down, took liquidity and left, right? I don't want to see price breaking down. Let's see where it is in relation to the midpoint. So it touched the midpoint of this wick, this gap. Honestly, even if it takes me out, I'll be happy. I'll get to go eat or something. So here's the last PD array that's gonna have to hold. This is a good close. Bodies closed in the upper half of this, the bodies of this bearish order block. Let's see if it's gonna continue. Let's look at the 15-second chart here. See, so this is price action here. That's indicative that it's probably gonna take this out right here. We have equal lows below us, but I do like this run on liquidity. I just want to see it pop higher than this here. Once it gets higher than 870, I will have more of an inclination that it's going to at least hit my first target. So currently I have $70 locked in per account. So 280 across all my accounts. I'll take that, make my losses smaller. All right, and here might be the liquidity run to the upside now. At least at this level. If it gets to this level, let's see how much higher it's gonna go. Let's create some targets. So low to high plus 25%. Okay, so technically, based on this most recent price run, I should make it above this level here. Yeah, wish me well, it's nice, but this trade's been on for how many minutes now? 30 minutes. And we've gotten nowhere, so. I just wanted to go a bit higher before reversing. I might close my entire trade here. We're at the midpoint. It's just losing so much steam at this point. I might do that actually. Right now my target's being pushed down to 900. Lunchtime macro is going to kick in soon and I want to be out before it. So let's see here. This might be what level is this? The midpoint. Okay. Here's my new target here. It's the midpoint of the 1 hour SIBI. It's 0.25% or 1.25 extension from this most recent run. I'm still going to partial out 66%, but my last partial is going to be there. Unless price action decides to spool really quickly, then I'll change. But my target's going to be sitting at 913. And then at 900, partialing out to L2. Okay. I don't think it's worth even commenting on price action right now, just because we're in high resistance trading. But you can see here, it's we've taken out liquidity. We've essentially, the market structure shift on the 15-second would be right here, right? MMS. Right, so if I'm really trying to nitpick and squeeze any confluence to the upside, this is going to be it right here, right? Is price going to go lower to go higher? I don't think so. I think once it goes lower, it's done. I'm still going to keep my stop loss here. I'm not going to move it up below this low just because I do want this order block to protect any trades that I'll want to take. Wow, today I streamed for too long, almost 4 hours. I still think it's going to hit these targets just based on how price action is unfolding. It might be slow, but it's going to get there. There you go. Keep going. Keep going, baby. Price is almost at my first partial level. Just 22 more ticks to go. ATR. But today we had that major spike up at 810, and then after that it just dropped. Remind me, Wish, what's ATR? All-time reversal. All right, I'm moving my stop loss below this low right here. I'm at $91 locked in. Kid you not, if price decides to just take me out here, I wouldn't be happy, even though this PA sucks. We got a 15-second bullish fair value gap here. Average true range. That's something that I don't use, Wish. I normally look at the ATR, but today we had that major spike up after it dropped. I think this may have been the longest trade I've held in my life, trading NQ. Almost 40 minutes. So we've closed bearish the last 15 candle, and then we'll see if we can get a push higher here, get my partials, and then just trade into that fair value gap here. I do think it's going to want to reach it. You can see here, looking at the next bullish order block. Bullish order block. So we rejected the bullish order block. Higher. Okay, I'm moving my stop loss below this bullish order block right now. Price decides to tag below it, so be it. Or actually, you know what? I'll leave it where it is. It's teasing me right now. Price is teasing me. I just want to get to the high of this candle. What's the high of this candle? 899.50. So that's my target. 899. Yeah. Yeah. It's literally a swing trade. I'm liking these relative equal highs here. Relative equal highs. If you guys are enjoying this very long stream, feel free to drop a like. I'd appreciate that. That's my form of currency, just YouTube likes. All in all, we got to push again to this OB. Price is sitting in the upper half of it. There you go. Let's go. Go price, go. 11 o'clock's almost here. I do want to be fully out by 11. I just don't want to trade into the lunchtime macro. Because lunchtime macro, most likely it's at 11:30, it's going to be going. There's no way I'm streaming that long, but it's probably going to be going short. Oh, no, it's breaking down now. Let's see. I just need to see a push higher now. Good, good. Very good price. Close that way. Perfect. No, don't come back down. On the 15-second, it is doing what? I created an inversion, possible fair value gap, but close to the upside. I do want to see continue going up from here. Let's see. This might be the inversion fair value gap here. Came back down. It's at the midpoint. I do want to see it go higher now. Quality calls here, Dom. Thanks for, yeah, no problem. Super Bartek. This is it. Look at that. Hopefully this holds. This 15-second fair value, inverted fair value gap. I really want price to bounce off of it, and then that might be the run higher. No, let's break into the downside. We'll see how it closes. Okay, close that midpoint. Good. Indicative of not bearish, but not bullish strength. And this might be the push here. Having a stop below here might be wise at this point. How much will that be in profit? $160 per account. But I am liking these relative equal highs here on the 1 minute. So the bullish OB is holding price. it did push down, it pushed higher. We have relative equal lows here sitting below us as well. All this right here. Relative equal lows. And what I'm liking here is this wick down here. Looking at the midpoint, price is not breaking this gap as well. So we have a lot of confluence here. I might take one partial here at these relative equal highs. That's what I'm going to do. Sell one. Okay. My first partial is going to be right here above these relative equal highs. My second partial is going to be here at 900. And then my third one's going to be sitting right here. All right, so I really think the first partial, it has to get hit. It's too obvious. Partial 1, 33%. Partial 2. And then partial 3. Okay, my stop loss is here for 120 now. Let's go, price. Let's go. Let's go. Spool. Spool to the upside. Right now we've got 15-second bearish order flow. Man, this was painful. This was painful for so little money. There you go. See, nice rejection here. Close to fully, but then it rejected it right after that. The following candle closed in the upper half. The candle after that tried pushing below midpoint, pushed above higher. And then hopefully it's going to continue going higher here. Right. Price again. Went to the bottom of this 15-second fair value gap. Don't do this to me. For all this hard work, thank you. Don't abandon me. It's pushing again into the upside of this bullish order block. All right, price is breaking these levels to the downside on the 15-second chart. I'm just conflicted right now if I should have my stop loss here or right here. Because I do have these relative equal lows here that might get tapped before it goes higher. But technically, once price already filled this in, if it goes lower, it's going to probably tag me out there. So I'm going to be a bit greedy here. Hopefully this doesn't materialize, but my stop loss is sitting right there below those equal lows, but it's below this bullish order block that's been rejected many times. So right now I have 160 locked in per account. And right now this might be the run to the equal highs. Please, price, please. Please give me some money back. So price went back down on the 50-second chart. It went to this fair value gap here. Came back up. I'm liking more and more where my stop is right now, which is right here. It's below, unfortunately, these equal highs. Like if price decides to go this low, it might just tag me on go higher, but it's fine. I almost have essentially a full 200, which is one trade, almost back in profit. So if it hits my stop loss, I'm essentially down like 1.3 trade. And then if it hits all my targets, then I'm at break even for the day. It's funny. It's like a lot of work just to break even. Okay, it's coming close to 11 o'clock right now. So right now we're at the 1050 macro to 1010. This all here is liquidity. It is going to tag all this. It's one. It has to. It's all like this is like a quad top right now. Hopefully it's not going for these equal lows here. Yeah, but for me, this is terminus right here. I move my stop loss below this low here. It's right here. Like this is like the spike to the downside, the manipulation, and back up. And if it breaks this, I'm out. But like if price has a higher chance of going down to this or up to this, I think it's going to want to take out these quad tops first. It's a larger pool of liquidity. It's where price would want to go, but it might first tag me out before it goes higher. Price right now is sitting in the upper half of this bullish order block. We're hitting 1130. Come on. Price tries to get to the midpoint of it. Seeing it as like one whole order block here. How does this OB look like on the 15-second chart? I'm not too crazy about this bullish order block, but it's what I'm using to trade off of right now. I rejected it many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go. This is nice, seeing such an aggressive push higher. It was the 11 a.m. push, I think, at the top of every hour. And there's like a spike of price action. My confidence right now is I think 70% chance it's going to hit this. My first partial at least. I am tempted right now to move my stop loss below this low here, but I might tag it once more before going up. See. Hopefully this 15-second fair value gap holds true and it continues to push price higher. But it looks like we're pushing the downside. So that low is taken right now. The 1059. And what is price going to do now? My confidence now of it going up is I think it's 50-50 now. And I think it's worth closing it out at 200. So it'll tag me out at either 160 or go up to my targets for double for 400. Very good reaction off of this bullish OB. This bullish OB is really doing work today. Let me move this here. It might fail at this point because it's tapped it so many times. So yeah, we'll see. If it pumps a bit higher, I will trail it to this low right here. Once it tags this low, my thesis will be officially over. I just want to see it pump a bit higher here above this fair value gap, and then I'll trail. But it's not looking good. Right. My stop loss has been trailed. I'm at 175 or 180. So if it decides to break these lows here, I'm done. If it goes to these highs, then I guess good for us. Okay, partial one's probably going to get tapped. These relative equal highs here, just waiting to be tapped. ICT calls what happened to the bottom. It's called a 3 drives pattern. You guys didn't hear me say it before, but it's essentially drive 1, drive 2, and then drive 3. It's like a bit messy. It's like a 4 drive pattern, but he calls it the 3 Indians, where price tries to push lower 3 times and then goes higher. You can kind of see it on the 15-second chart here within this window of time. Bring in the gravy. Come on, NQ. Garden, I agree. Like if this doesn't deliver, then I'm wrong. But I think this is the push. Like this has to be the push. Even though price doesn't have to do anything, I think it it should kind of realize that at least the both of us are in this trade, and that it should just enter misery and take us out for profits. Come on. It's looking really good on the 15-second right now. It's a bit messy, but it's looking good. Price create a inversion. Bounced up. Going higher now. Yeah, just killer give at this point. You can do it. You can do it. You're one tick away. I think it's going to tap it now. Like if it decides to leave this triple top here, I'd be surprised, to be honest. After all of this consolidation it's done, not to tap these equal highs. It has to. This might just be tricking retail traders thinking, oh, like we're going short, triple top. Let's see what the tilt is saying right now. Tilt is long 56, short 44. Did you partial out there, Garden, at this high or no? I'm just curious. We never got to it. We almost did. No, frick. It's okay. I got limit orders set, so price just has to just shoot up, and I'm automatically out in these 3 levels. But I think it's still okay. Like it's consolidating, but it's on the bullish side of consolidation. See, it just pushed down to this IFEG right now. Hopefully we see a push higher here based on the 15-second chart. Midpoint of this candle here is being respected. Good. Right? Hopefully we don't break this. Hopefully we just respect it and go higher. Okay. That's what I want to see. Yeah, this is high resistant. What a trade. I'm actually impressed with myself that I held a trade for 1 hour. It's almost an hour. But we've identified clear levels of support inside consolidation, which I think it's almost impossible. I'm glad that it somehow is right about my stop loss. The levels that it wants to reach to, which it is reaching to them very slowly. Okay. This is good. See how that body closed right at the midpoint of this candle? That's good, right? It's an indication that like this wick is supporting price action to the upside. And this is the push here. Do I want to trail my stop loss? I might trail below this body right here. You know, as we're getting closer, I don't have my stop loss sitting there. $207 locked in per account. So $1,000 already. So I've already made half of my loss of today. And it hitting these 3 targets here is going to be the other half. There you go. 1. My stop loss is going below this low right now. I've locked in $177 in addition to what I closed out right now. Let's effing go. Partial 2, baby. You got to hit it. What is it? You know what? It's a bit too high. Should be at 88. There's my partial. There's my real partial right there at 88.5. So I'm already looking good. Once it breaks this low, so my stop loss is right here. More minutes for consolidation for partial 2. Yeah. Imagine. It's an aggressive push lower here. What is it going to? There's a bullish order block here on the 15-minute with a gap here as well. But I think it might be out here, but we'll see. And my stop loss essentially is sitting right below this area of support. If it tags a lower, I think the trade's done. Right now, what it needs to do is it needs to freaking supercharge through this relative equal highs and take out these partials here that I have a buff of. This one, I don't know if I'll hit, but let's see. Once it breaches this high, I'm moving my stop loss below this low here. I'm just doing these like bitch stop loss tracements, just trying to squeeze out every dollar from this high resistant trading that we're in right now. Man, I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I didn't eat breakfast today. all because of a 1 hour trade that I took. Let's see how this, oh, this might be the push. You want to take me out? That's okay. I'm okay with that. I partialed out at least one of my 3 trades. And I'm just gonna put my stop loss. Oh, it's out of good position. Okay. There you go. I'm putting my stop loss right here now below this wick. If it wants to trade below the midpoint, then it's going to trade lower, right? So we got to think about like, and like we also have like relative equal lows here as well. So my stop loss is right here now, because if it's going to hit that level, it's going to hit that level. So the question is it going to hit this low here? It's going to tag me up for 182 if it will. We got a little small fair value gap here that I traded to on the 15-second chart. It's funny how I'm using every single possible PD array I can find to push this idea to the upside. It's using this volume imbalance as an inversion here. Interesting. I'm actually shocked with myself that I kept this trade for so long. This is what live streaming does to me. It just makes me more patient, I think. It makes me hold trades for longer. Okay, if this spikes, we're done. That's how you do it, guys. We were at $440 minus per account. Now we're just $140. So my overall loss for today is $600. Very happy. I'm very happy with today, even though I didn't make money. This is less than 1 trade for me, which we will make it up for the rest of the week. If you guys have limit orders, and if you guys are out, make sure you stop yourself out. Could I see price going higher from here after taking out all this liquidity? Maybe, but honestly, I don't want to hold it any longer. So on that note, I'm going to close off the stream. If you guys were here since 7 a.m., well, our ride has officially finished. Oh my gosh. Garden, are you still in this? Are you out? I'm just curious at this point. Oh, you're out as well. Look what it did. I took out all these relative equal lows and just pushed higher. But what I'm going to be looking for next, if you guys are curious, is I never got to these targets here. Is I'm waiting for some kind of 1130 retracement because we were bullish. Look at this since yesterday. So I'm going to be looking for, I'll tell you exactly what level I want to be targeted. It's going to be the first low after 10 o'clock. So first low after 10 o'clock. So here's 10 right here. I'm looking for relative equal lows or highs after 10. So this level right here is going to be of interest to me in half an hour. I'm going to take a half an hour break right now. So let me put an eyeball here. And the next level that might, this one's tricky. This one, I don't know. But I think this is going to be a very safe level to seek some kind of like reaction, hopefully buy some liquidity. But this is going to be like the first equal low that's really of interest to me. Yeah, it might actually fall down too. So honestly, this was a sick exit. It was right there in my exit, right there. So overall, it was almost a 2-to-1. It was a 1.5 to 1. And I guess on that note, guys, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys if you guys join me tomorrow at 8 a.m. Talk soon, guys.